Hi everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. So this is where we stopped last time at corporate social responsibility. So we were about to start this particular topic. So let's begin that without wasting any time because again, we have to complete the portion much before the uh, exam because we have to do a little bit of exam question practice and a little bit of homework here and there once we complete like 50% of the portion. So we really don't have a lot of time to waste, but that doesn't mean that we're going to just hurry up, but we're going to do all the important parts necessary to pass APM. Okay. And the only recipe of passing is doing as many as exam style questions as possible and trying to understand that APM is not your PM, which is a practical paper. All of your professional papers, you take AFM, you take APM, you take AAA, you take ATAX, all of them are 90% theory. Only 10% here and there is solving, and that solving you've already done in your skill level. But we are going to do that solving again because there are some students who have come from direct entry. So that doesn't matter to us. We're going to solve it any which ways. Okay. So the topic that we have now is corporate social responsibility, CSR. So every company has a responsibility of doing something for the society. So your only aim in the business shouldn't be just making money. But when you're making money, in that process of making money, you also have to think about the goodwill of the society. Okay, so what is a corporate social responsibility and what is the example of the companies who follow great corporate social responsibility? Now, ever since growing up, we have always heard that, this Tata Group is into a lot of things like, they manufacture steel, they manufacture your daily utility things, they manufacture even the commodities, a lot of things, cars now. So, along with making profit, that company is doing a lot of things for the society. And I hope you know that Starbucks is also a product, a Tata product. So, you're in the example of corporate social responsibility. If you see, we're going to talk about Starbucks, which is also a Tata product. So, जब भी market में corporate social responsibility की बात आती है, Tata is the first thing that comes to our mind because of obvious reasons. They're doing a lot for the society, economical, social, environmental, जो भी है, but they're doing a lot for the society. So other than earning profit is a part of their business, but uske alawa, they're doing a lot for the society in general. So corporate social responsibility, CSR, is a self-regulating business model that helps the company to be socially accountable to itself, to its stakeholders and the public. Socially accountable matlab kya is, I know that I'm making profit, okay? And I also know that in the process of making profit, I'm harming the environment because without harming the environment, I'm not making profit. Like I'm dealing into steel, so I have big steel plants. Uh, because of that, there is some pollution. Aspas ke area mein people are facing problems. I'm into real estate. I'm building. So I'm cutting down trees. So I understand and I know that in the process of making profit, I'm harming the environment. But even after harming the environment, I am giving it back to the society in a way that I can. And that is corporate social responsibility, a realization that every company has that, okay, I know that I am harming the environment in the process of making profit, but I realize that that's a self realization. And this is my way of giving back to the society. And that is your corporate social responsibility. By practicing corporate social responsibility, also called corporate citizenship, companies can be conscious of the kind of impact they are having on all aspects of the society, including the economic, social, and environmental. See, nobody should come and tell you that, hey, this is your corporate social responsibility. It's a realization that should come from within that, okay, I am harming the environment, I'm doing all of these things. And so I need to do something for the society. I need to do something for the environment with which I can compensate that. I mean, I know I cannot 100% compensate for the amount of trees that I'm cutting down in my business, but at least something is better than nothing. So that is a responsibility that should come from within, that, okay, I am doing this, I'm planting trees elsewhere, or, this is what we are doing. Previously, if you wanted to cut down trees of your own property, okay, you were allowed to do so. Today, you cannot even cut trees. Even if it's in your own property, I'm not talking about somewhere else का, खुद की property के झाड़ नहीं काट सकते. For example, if you have a piece of land where you had planted trees long ago, and today you want to cut them, you have to take permission from the government. Okay. If you don't take permission and you directly cut down trees, and if somebody files a complaint, it's a serious offense. They'll file a case on you, and then they will demand you. So what are the repercussions of this case? It's not that you have to pay a fine or you will go to jail. वैसे नहीं होता. What happens is they tell you that you have to first of all pay a fine because you've cut that tree, even if it's there in your own property. Second is they will give you a project wherein you have to plant 100 trees in a span of 1 year, and you cannot fake it. Like, the quote is not like what it was 10 years back. Okay, you cannot bluff them, and you cannot fool them saying, yeah, I planted 100 trees and it's done. No, you have to plant those trees, you have to water them. When they grow of a good size, you have to click picture of that tree on their app, and you have to tag that tree. Tag as in, uh, so if I plant 10 trees, okay, and if the trees have grown to a good size, I mean, I'm watering them daily and all of that, in the period of 1 year, they've grown well. So you have to click a picture of that tree on their app, and you have to tag that tree, that this is the tree that I've planted. This is a mango tree. This is the size of the tree. Then the next tree, okay, this is the tree, second mango tree, and I have to tag that. Third mango tree, I have to tag that. Then once I finish tagging that many trees, 100 trees are planted, I finish tagging them. Then the authorities will come. They will count the number of trees, they will check it, and then wo jo offense hai, that will be removed from you. That serious they have become today. Okay. It's not there in the interior areas, but yeah, where people have complained and all of that, this is what is being followed. So that responsibility should come from within. Nobody should tell you that, hey, this is your responsibility, but khud ko aise आना चाहिए that, in the process of making profit, I'm harming the environment, or I'm doing whatever. So it's my responsibility to give it back to the society. So to engage in CSR means that in the order
Ma'am,
of the business. Yes.
ma'am, does CSR only concerns social issues, or does it also involve
I will give you
sustainability
time
issues?
to ask your doubts, Hariharan. Let me just.
Okay.
To engage in CSR means that in the ordinary course of business, a company is operating in ways that enhance society and the environment instead of contributing negatively to them. So a company is operating in ways that enhances the society and the environment. So in this process of CSR, how can I do good to the society and how can I do good to the environment? For example, I'm into buildings and I'm into this real estate. Okay, so I'm doing all of that. And I know that in this process of my business, I'm cutting down a lot of trees and I'm harming the environment and all of that. So now, what is my way of enhancing the society and the environment? How can I contribute to them? So, first of all, I can purchase a land which is purely for the purpose of the environment, where I can preserve trees, where I can grow more trees. So, like, I'm compensating the number of trees that I'm cutting. Okay. And then I can give back to the society. Now, how can I give back to the society? I can create employment for the society, A. B, I can open a school which is like a free education for the underprivileged. So, wherever in my company, these daily wage earners are working, they come with their kids, right? And when their parents are working, the kids are just sitting there because they don't have that much money wherein, they can afford an education. So, what I can do is if I have a lot of sites working at the same time, say I have 10 sites, so there are so many people who are working there, they get their kids along and all of that, and they build the temporary houses and stay there. So what I can do is I can provide basic education and food to those kids. So that's my way of giving back to the society. And then, that is how I can encourage and, I can somewhere compensate about the impact that my business has on the society. And whenever we talk about CSR, we get the name of Tata is because Tata is doing exactly the same. I mean, they are the top in all the businesses that they have. But along with that, unka CSR bhi bahut strong hai. So they have schools, they have hospitals, they have colleges, everything. And plus, they're giving it back to the environment. For a company to be socially responsible, it first needs to be accountable to itself and its shareholders. पहले तो be accountable to yourself and its shareholders. Often companies that adopt CSR programs have grown their business at a point where they can give it back to the society. I mean, they have that much money that they can do it. Small business owners cannot really do a lot for the society because hardly unko kuch profit milta hai, and that profit is for their own use. Because a small business owner, say, you cannot expect that he will start a big school like an Ambani school, or he can start something for the society, or he can take a land and only for tree planting. No, utna profit hi nahi banta. But big businesses who have grown at a point wherein they're making a lot of money, they can think of something like this. A small or a medium business cannot think of something like a corporate social responsibility because it's a lot of money involved to do something for people for free, right? The CSR is primarily a strategy of large corporations. Small corporations are not there in this at all because उनका उतना profit बनता नहीं है. So CSR is something which large corporations, normally take. For example, we have Tata, we have Reliance. Also, the more visible and successful a corporation is, the more responsibility it has to set standards of ethical behavior for its peers, competitors, and industry. So, एक competition भी होता है that, oh, Tata did this, now Reliance has to go one step ahead. Then next time Reliance has already done this, Tata has to go one step ahead. So, in that world, there is a lot of competition also for a responsibility that is set. Like, and the bigger your company is, the bigger your responsibility is, and the bigger your competition becomes. Okay, so it's their way of giving it back to the society. Now we have an example of corporate social responsibility here. As I told you, whenever we hear about corporate social responsibility, the one company that we hear about is Tata. And Starbucks is a Tata product. So here we're going to talk about the corporate social responsibility of Starbucks. Abhi kya karta hai Starbucks? Okay. Starbucks has long been known for its keen sense of corporate social responsibility and commitment to sustainability and community welfare. According to the company, Starbucks has achieved many of its CSR milestones since its open doors. According to its 2019 Global Social Impact Report, these milestones include reaching 99% of ethically sourced coffee. So पहले तो their coffee is ethically sourced. Ethically sourced means उनका जो plantation है that is very ethical. उसमें कोई कुछ भी illegal things are not there. Okay. Creating a global network of farmers, pioneering green building throughout its stores, contributing milestones of hours of community service, and creating a groundbreaking college program for its partners or employees. So they're doing all of these things. I mean, they don't have their own plantations, but they are encouraging the local farmers to give them ethically sourced coffee, 100% natural, green building throughout its stores, contributing millions of hours of community service, and creating a groundbreaking college program for its partner or employees. Then Starbucks' goal for 2020 and beyond include hiring 10,000 refugees. But I doubt if this has been done because in 2020 we were hit with COVID. So everything was like a standstill. So maybe they will try to achieve it later. hiring 10,000 refugees, reducing the environmental impact of its cups, to recyclable cups hai, and engaging its employees in environmental leadership. Today, there are many socially responsible companies whose brands are known for their CSR program, such as Ben's and Jerry's car ice cream and Everlane, a clothing retailer. So it's not just Starbucks that is doing CSR, but if you see, there are many companies like Ben and Jerry ka ice cream aata hai, they are also very much ahead of this CSR. Then there is Everlane, a clothing retailer. They are also very ahead in their CSR. So basically, CSR is, in short, मैं आपको बोलूँ तो, it's first of all a big business thing. Small and medium-sized businesses cannot afford a CSR. So it is a big business thing. It's their way of giving it back to the society. They're already making so much profit and so much money, so it's their way of giving it back to the society. Then we have environmental, social, and governance factors. Environmental, social, and governance factors together is known as ESG factors. Okay. As discussed earlier in the triple line approach, organizations have realized that solely focusing on profit maximization without considering the interaction of the business with its operating environment is not sustainable in the long run. If the organization decides, I'm just going to focus on profit, I don't want anything else, just profit. For a short term, you will get that profit, but in the long run, you will not be able to sustain in the market. Because today, people are not just looking at profit, but along with profit, people want to know your CSR, people want to know your impact on the society. What are you doing for different stakeholders? And what are you doing for the environment? And we already saw this in triple bottom line approach, that it's like a package today. And so we saw that today there is a demand for integrated reporting, right? In the previous lecture we saw about integrated reporting. So previously shareholders were only thinking about profits, but today they want an integrated report, a report with profit, and uske saath we want social and environmental report. So what is sustainable development then? Sustainable development is fulfilling your present without compromising on future needs. That means today you have money, so you cannot spend all of it, but you have to think about the future and save a little bit for the future. Like today we have fuel, right? But we don't know if it will be available in the future. So just because we have it, don't waste it, but save it for the future, because we don't know what the future holds. However, over time, we have managed to develop alternatives for it. Like we already have the EVs, we already have bikes and cars which are running on other sources of energy like CNG hai, electronic vehicles hai. So even if petrol and diesel tomorrow is over, we have an option. But back then we didn't have. So sustainable development is a development which is carried out at present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their need. That means, in simple terms, save for the future. Just because you have it, don't spend it, but how much ever you need it, you use it. But remaining, you keep it for the future generations to meet their own needs. This has to align with the triple bottom line goals of an organization. Triple bottom line means environmental, social, and governance. Okay. ESG refers to three factors which help an organization to measure its impact on the society and drive sustainability across the organization to ensure a secure long-term position. This is not only a challenge, but also a significant opportunity to allow for better value creation. So if you're focusing on your entire ESG package, that is environmental, social, and governance package, it will be a great opportunity for value creation of the company. Automatically, you'll start making profit, because only if you run behind profit, you will not sustain in the market. But along with profit, you have to also focus on ESG. So what are the environmental factors? What are the social factors? And what are the governance factors that you have to focus on? In environmental factors, we have climate change, Today we are facing that, right? Normally June was the month of rainy, but today we don't get rains in June. It goes up to July. Then in September, the rainy season used to be ideally over, but today we're getting rains even in October. Then after that, we have that month of October heat, after which ideally winters should start. But today winters are starting late. Winters are starting in December or January, ending somewhere in May, April, samjho, not May, but February end or April. So yeah, that's a climate change that we're facing, and you know what, we have to deal with it because that's our harm to the environment that we've done over the years. That ye sab ho raha hai. Then we have scarcity of natural resources available, innovation in waste and pollution management, how we can make or how we can renew or recycle the waste, clean technology and renewable energy. Then in social factors, we have health and safety factors, customer treatment, and impact on community at large, that is the society. Then we have governance factors. In governance factors, we have board structure. In board structure क्या आता है? A simple structure है. The head of the board is the chairman. Under the chairman come the CEO and non-executive directors. Under the CEO comes the executive director. This is the board structure in any company. Then executive pay of the executive directors and CEO, who is also an executive director, but he's a boss of the executive directors. Audit and internal controls in the company, tax strategies in the company, shareholder rights, bribery, fraud, and corruption. So these are the ESG factors, and every company, along with profit, has to focus on this ESG if they want a sustainable growth in the long run. So they have to focus on this ESG factors. And before we proceed forward, I want you to just read through this and then we do the two frameworks for the same.
Ma'am,
Yes.
what is clean technology?
Sorry.
What is clean technology?
Clean technology means a technology without harming the environment.
Okay.
Bianca, I just saw your message that you have not received the book. You have to contact the coordinator for that. So you have to contact Yash, I think. Those who have not received it, please put a message right now and see what they're saying or try calling them, because last time I already did and they said it should reach in like 2-3 days. So those who have not received right now, please call them or message them and tell them that we need the books to study. So please do it ASAP. Till then, you can manage with your ebooks. Okay. I'll just quickly refill my bottle and get. Please read through this. Okay, there are two frameworks for sustainability reporting. Now, first of all, reporting, how to report is not there in your syllabus in APM and in any other subject bhi nahi hai. So don't worry about, ma'am, how should we use the UN SDG approach or how should we use the GRI standards. It's not there. You just need to know that these are the two frameworks that will be used in sustainability reporting. But how to use it? Not there in your syllabus. So let's see. There are two frameworks for the same. What are the two frameworks? One is the GRI standard. GRI is Global Reporting Initiative. At least you should know the full form if it's asked in theory. The GRI standard provides best practice for reporting on a range of economic, environmental, and social matters, allowing for a common means of reporting on sustainability in a consistent manner. So it provides a common means of reporting on sustainability in a consistent manner. However, following GRI is not mandatory. It's not compulsory to follow a global reporting initiative. Now, from the name itself, you must have guessed it's a global reporting initiative. So all the countries ke liye it's common. But again, it's not mandatory to follow that. Then we have the UN SDGs. What is SDGs? Social Development Goals. The UN SDGs encourage countries to embed sustainability measures into their core performance reporting, leading to stronger compliance by the companies in the country. So, this is country specific. Okay. This is country specific, and in your core performance reporting, that is when you're doing and preparing the financial statements, usme you have to embed the sustainability measures. Okay. There are 17 SDGs set in 2015 to end poverty, fight inequality and justice, and tackle climate change by 2030. So they have an aim that by 2030, we will end poverty, find inequality and justice, and tackle climate change. Tackle climate change is really difficult because how we are proceeding towards development, I don't think that is possible, Utna, but we can try to end poverty and inequality and have a justice. And each goal has certain targets, which total to 169 targets. Okay. So this is the United Nations Social Development Goals. And this is Global Reporting Initiative. Two frameworks for the same. Now, in your notes, I want you to write down the heading Frameworks for Sustainability Reporting. Make two branches. Under one branch, write the GRI standards, that is the Global Reporting Initiative, and under the next branch, write the Social Development Goals. Or you can highlight it in your notes, just highlight the full form of that. Then we have risk and uncertainty. Now, what is risk and uncertainty? Yes.
And CSR only covers social issues or also sustainability initiatives.
CSR, corporate social responsibility, which has social and environmental problems. Then we have risk and uncertainty. Now, what are the different risks and uncertainty that a business faces? Risk refers to decision making situations under which all potential outcomes and the likelihood of occurrences are known to the decision maker. And uncertainty refers to the situation under which either of the outcomes or their probabilities of occurrences are known to the decision maker. Now, what is a risk and what is an uncertainty? Uncertainty matlab we do not know the outcome of the situation. We do not know the probability of occurrence. That is uncertainty. Uncertain means I don't know the end result. And risk means the I know the outcome of this. That is my risk. So I know the potential outcomes and the likelihood of them occurring. That's why it's my risk. And uncertainty because I don't know what the outcome will be. Okay, so that's risk and uncertainty. And have you seen any business which has no risk? Because a business without risk is not a business. Every business is subject to risk. Okay, be it a smaller one, be it a bigger one, but every business is subject to risk. Risk in business is very crucial concern and affects the decision making process in the organizations. The decision making is literally dependent on the risk because we already know that, okay, these are the risks that are going to be there, and uncertainties because we do not know the outcome of those situations. There are ways in which risk can be minimized. However, the same cannot be said about uncertainty because we do not know the outcome of that uncertainty. We can reduce the risk, we can minimize the risk, but we cannot eliminate it completely because every business is subject to some or the other risk. Okay. But uncertainty, as we do not know the precise outcome of that, or we do not know the probability of occurrence of that, we cannot really think of ways to minimize the uncertainty because humko hi nahi pata what the outcome is going to be, so we cannot minimize it. But we know what risk can be and the potential outcome and likelihood can be, so we can minimize it. Okay. Certain ways to estimate the impacts of uncertainty are simulation and sensitivity analysis. Now, risk is a different chapter which is done because we know the outcome of that, but let's talk about uncertainty. So, abhi uncertainty mein there is simulation and sensitivity analysis. Now, what is exactly simulation? Simulation means creating a scenario and thinking of that outcome, because actually uncertainty may we do not know the outcome and we do not know the probability of the outcome. So using a computer we are creating a fake, a fake model, and then we are thinking of different outcomes and the probabilities. That is known as simulation. So simulation is a modeling technique. In the simulation, computers are used to simulate real life scenarios. So a fake real life scenario is created on the computer. This model helps in predicting the range of outcomes possible given a decision. Simulation allows more than one variable to change. Ideally, in reality, we do not know if this variable changed, then what will be the effect of that variable on my business. But in this fake model that is created on the computer, it allows you to change more than one variable, and hence a varied number of outcomes can be obtained. In uncertainty, actually, we do not know the outcome, but using a computer and using a simulation technique, which allows you to change more than one variable at a time. So we can know that if ye hua, to what can be the outcome? If this happens, then what can be the outcome? For example, farming. So whenever we start with the farming process, we do not really know what the outcome will be or what the probability of occurrence of different outcomes will be, because it's a natural process completely dependent on nature. So, sometimes it rains untimely, like in December, we get rains. So whatever crops that grow in December at that time are all spoiled. Now, we do not know what the outcome was to be there because just one day before the rains, the untimely rains, we had no idea that it was going to rain. Okay. So, this was an outcome that we didn't know was going to happen. And we don't know the after effects of that outcome, the probability of the outcome, if it will really damage the crops or it will not damage. So, this is uncertainty. But what we can do is, for safety purpose, we can create a fake scenario which is a real life scenario using the computer. We can change different variables and then look at the outcomes due to that change. For example, we can see that, okay, I'm planting this particular crop. If it rains, then what will happen? Then, after it rains, if it is very sunny, then what will happen? With excess winters, what will happen to the crops? So, this is allowing more than one variable to change and looking at the outcome that it will give. And all this is possible only and only because of technology. So, due to technology, the cost of obtaining this information is decreasing. Previously, if you wanted to do simulation, it was very expensive because at that time we didn't have access to technology. Today, in every house, we have internet. Back then, in the early 2000s, we didn't have an internet. Going to the cyber and paying for the internet was a thing that time. Today, nobody really goes to the cyber because we have phones and we have internet on the phone itself. So there's no point of going to the cyber. So due to technology, the cost of obtaining all of this information has become very easy and the benefits derived from it are very large. So today you can just Google that if I plant this particular crop and if it rains untimely, then what will happen to that crop? So they will tell you that, okay, if this happens, then this is the outcome of that. So it's very easy to obtain information, and that is simulation. So you're creating a scenario and you're changing the different models that if it rains, fir kya hoga? If it's sunny, fir kya hoga? Right? So after a certain point, models can become very complex due to many variables that you're putting in. Sometimes you're putting a lot of changes in variables. If this happens, then what will happen? If I don't water it daily, then what will happen? If I go on a vacation for 15 days and I just don't water it, fir kya hoga? So all, if you're putting as many variables, utna wo result will be complicated. It is often used in capital investment appraisal. So the simulation technique is often used in capital investment appraisal. So what is simulation? It's a modeling technique. On the computer, you're creating a real life scenario and you're predicting the outcome of a given decision. So that is simulation. The next technique of uncertainty is sensitivity analysis. You might have heard about this in some of your previous subjects. So, what is sensitivity analysis? Tries to calculate the sensitivity of the outcome to changes in variables used to calculate it. So, if one variable is changing, then because of that one variable change, how will the outcome change? So, how sensitive is the outcome to change in variable? So, if I change one variable, how quickly will my outcome change? So, if it changes quickly, that means my outcome is that sensitive to my change in variable. Okay. It does so by calculating the percentage change required in a variable before the profit turns into a loss. The lower the percentage, the higher the sensitivity of the variable. For example, if only 1% of the change in sales price will turn a profit to loss, then the outcome is highly sensitive. Means even if I'm changing the sale price by only 1% change in the sale price, that is my variable, my outcome is from profit is changing to a loss. So it's so sensitive to that 1% change in the variable. In this way, by using sensitivity analysis, the critical variables are determined. In most sensitive cases, profit divided by variable into 100. So just highlight this part. That is my sensitivity analysis. Then we have EV, expected value. Expected value formula is summation of Px, where P stands for probability of outcome into X stands for the possible outcome. So this formula you should know and what each thing in the formula stands for. EV, that is expected values, represent the average outcome that would be achieved if a decision were to be repeated many times. If you want to repeat that decision again and again, only then EV can be used. Okay. So EV represents the average outcome that would be achieved if a decision were to be repeated many times. This method is used by a risk neutral decision maker. Risk neutral means who doesn't like taking a lot of risk and is not a low risk also. So he's like a medium risk person who likes to repeat his decision because he has an experience that, okay, last time I'd done this. So this time also I want to do the same. So I want to be risk neutral because I don't want to do more of that to take a risk. I don't want to take any risk. So that's the meaning of risk neutral. Expected value is calculated by multiplying the value of each possible outcome by the probability and then adding the result together. And so the formula summation of P into X. When we do one example, you will understand, but you must already be knowing how to calculate, but we're going to do one example on that. Okay. So it's an outcome that is achieved if the decision were to be repeated many times. For one-off decision, we are not using EVs, only for a repeated decision, because from past experience, we are taking that decision because we are risk neutral and we do not want to take new decision. Okay. So that is expected value.
Ma'am,
Mm.
can you once again explain why it is a
Because
risk
we
neutral
are taking
decision?
a decision from a past experience. So it's risk neutral. So I don't want to take anything new. I don't want to think of anything new because I don't want to take a risk. So based on my past experience, since I've done that work for multiple times, it's risk neutral for me because I know the outcome of that. So I know the average outcome of that thing. So I want to follow the same path. So decisions are repeated many times to be risk neutral.
I couldn't understand.
Sorry.
I wasn't able to understand that.
You're repeating that decision again and again because you don't want to take the risk. So if you have already, if you want to go to the airport and you have 3 routes available, so you're taking the same route that you took 100 times before because you don't want to take a risk. That is meaning of risk neutral because you don't want to try something new because you're in the fear that if I try something new, that can be risky. So you are doing that again and again. You're repeating that same thing that you did again and again to be risk neutral. So that is EV.
Okay, ma'am. So sticking on to the same decision multiple times.
Yeah. So guys, let's look at this example of apply your knowledge. Now, if you see, EV ka formula is a summation of PX, right? So profit is given, probability is given. You have to find the EV. So first of all, expected value is P into X. And then you have to do a summation of all of them. So first I will do profit into probability. So 5,000 into 0.3, 1,500. 6,000 into 0.4, 2,400. 7,000 into 0.3, 2,100. And then what is EV? The summation of this. So this plus this together, 6,000. So the weighted average of all possible outcomes is 6,000. Okay. So profit into the probability of that outcome. So that is a formula of EV. You have to simply put the figures in the formula and get your answer. So EV, first you will write EV is equal to summation of PX. Then you will calculate the PX and then add it. That's a summation and that's your EV. But there are certain limitations of expected value. The expected value of a decision may never occur. It is just a long run average and it is only useful for decisions which are repeated many times. As I told you, only decisions that you're going to take again and again, uske liye EV is of help. If it's a one-off decision that you have to take, then EV will not be applicable. So it is not useful for one-off decisions, but it is only useful for decisions which are repeated many times. Okay, so this is just using the formula and putting the figures. In your book, you can just write it down. This into this is this, this into this is this into this is this, and the addition of that is a summation of PX, which is your EV, and then these are the limitations of EV. Please write it down and let me know if you have any doubts in EV. Now, there are three decision rules, and I'm going to explain to you first the theory of those rules and also the practical application. Application as in what is maxi max, what is maxi min, and what is mini max. Now, first, let's understand the theoretical. Let's understand the three decision making rules. You have maxi max, maxi min, and mini max. Sorry, mini max. Yeah, mini max regret. So first is maxi max. That means maximum of maximum. And so the name maxi max. Okay. In maxi max, the quantity which provides the highest payoff is selected. This approach is used by risk seeker because he tries to achieve maximum gains. In a business, if you want to achieve the maximum gains, you have to take the maximum risk because it is said more risk, more returns. So if you want to take the maximum, if you want to get the maximum returns, you have to take the maximum risk, and that is my maxi max, which provides the highest payoff by taking the maximum risk possible. So maxi max. Next one I have is maxi min. In maximum, we try to maximize the minimum outcome of all variables. So in maxi min, first select the minimum outcome, and from that minimum outcomes, select the maximum one. So first select the minimum outcomes. What are the minimum outcomes? And from all the minimum outcomes, select the maximum of the minimum outcomes. In simple words, we find to minimum payoff from all the possible options. So from all possible options, select the minimums, and from all those minimums, select the maximum payoff. Okay, when we do one example, you will understand this. This approach is selected by risk averse people, people who don't want to take a lot of risk. They want to be, like neutral. So for risk averse people, we select the maximum. First, select the minimum outcomes, and then from all the minimum outcomes, select the maximum. So maxi min. And last one, minimax regret. Now in minimax regret, mini max, minimize the maximum regret. So first you will select the max, and then from that max, you will minimize that maximize regret. So the second half of the word jo hai, you have to select that first, and then you have to minimize that. Okay. So first we have to find the regret. What is the regret? By subtracting all the payoffs from an option, from the highest payoff from that particular option. So first you will find out the regret. The regret is the subtraction of that particular unit from the maximum. Then we find the maximum regret from all options. And then we select the minimum of that maximum. In the previous one, we selected maximum from the minimum. Now we have to select the lowest from the maximum. A sore loser uses maximus regret strategy. As the name suggests, he's a sore loser. He doesn't want to take any risk. So for him, it's a regret that he's not taking any risk. So that's known as minimax regret. It's used by a sore loser. So decision rules are three: maxi max, maximum of the maximum, maxi min, and maximax regret. Now let's look at the table and try to understand these three things in detail. First of all, this is the payoff table. Okay. This is the order size. This is the demand, and this is the order size. Okay. This is the table. This is the demand and order size. Now, first we're talking about maxi max. Maxi max means maximum of the maximum. So what is my maximum order size? 60. And what is my maximum demand? So what is my maxi max? Right? Right or no? Maximum order size is 60 and maximum demand is 60. So for maximum demand and maximum order size, my maxi max is 1200. Maximum of the maximum. Maximum risk, maximum payoff. Okay. So according to maxi max, we select the option giving the highest payoff. In this highest payoff is 1200, hence maximum max approach suggests that we should choose to produce 60 products. Okay, that is going to give you maximum returns. That's my first one. Now let's talk about maxi min. So in maxi min, I will take one second. Now I will select the option with the highest option from minimum values. Maxi min. First, I'll select the minimum options, and then from that minimum, I will select the maximum ones. Okay. So minimum, first I have to select the minimum. So what's my minimum order size? And what's my minimum demand? So what is my minimums? 400, 200, and 0. Out of these minimums, I have to select the, so what is the maximum? Of all these minimums, what is my maximum? So 400 is my maxi min. So for that, my order size has to be, so maxi max हो गया, maxi min हो गया, अभी minimax regret. First of all, regret is what? Subtraction. First, you have to find the regret, right? So first we deduct all the possible payoffs from the maximum payoff for a given demand. Then we find the maximum regret. So in this case, what we will do is we select the options which with the lowest maximum regret. So just now we had the lowest maximum regret, right? This one. In this case, there are two options, 40 or 60. So if you take this one, 40 or 60. So what you will do is now select the option with the lowest maximum regret. In this case, there are two options. That is 400. 400 is a subtraction that you get after subtracting 1200 minus 800. So that is 400. So 400 is my maximum regret because I have to subtract from the maximum, right? So what is my maximum? 1200. So 1200 is my max. So I have to subtract from the maximum. So 1200 minus, I have to subtract. So that is my, so my regret is 400. So for 400, I have two options. I can either go for 20 order size or I can go for 40. So that is mini max regret. So for regret, I have to first do the regret, that is subtract from the maximum. My maximum is 1200. I will subtract 800 from that. That will give me 400. So 400 is my regret. So that goes
Ma'am,
for,
And what
ma'am, we
is
should
the
select.
60?
hello. So this strategy is used to minimize the maximum regret. First, we need to find the regret by subtracting all payoffs from an option from the highest payoff for that particular option. Then we find the maximum regret from all options available. So if you see the maximum regret, I will first select the highest. 1200 is my highest. I will subtract it from 800 and 400. So pehle to 1200 minus 800 is 400. And 1200 minus 400 is 800. Out of this, this is the maximum regret that we are getting. So this will be my answer. So in the exam, this can be a part of your solution. It will not be a full-fledged question. So it can be a part of that. So now we select the option with the lowest maximum regret. In this case, there are two options, minus 400. Hence, we can select any of the two, 40 or 60. Okay, so you can select any of them. So
Can you
that,
explain one?
sorry?
40, 60, 46.
Yeah. First, what we have to do? Subtracting all the payoffs from an option from the highest payoff. Okay, so my highest payoff is 1200. I will subtract all the options from that. But it is a mini max. So only the maximum ones. So what is maximum from 20 and 40? What is the
Why
maximum?
20 and 14?
What? Because this is the max, no? What is the maximum?
60 is the max.
We are doing the mini max. So for that, I have to take the max of the order size. What is the maximum of the order size? 40 and 60, right? 20 will not be applicable because it's not maximum. Maximum is 40 or 60. Out of that, the maximum payoff is 1200.
Why you are selecting two order sizes? Because in the previous two examples, you only chose
No, there
one.
also no, there also we took that only. See? We did 400, 200 and 0. Usme se we selected the maximum of the minimums. Calculation we did of all three. And usme se the maximum was 400. So I chose the 20 order size. But I calculated for 40 also. I calculated for 60 also. Because it was maximum. Now there's a regret which I have to subtract from the maximum. So I have to take the highest of the two, which is 40 and 60. 1200 minus 1200 is 0. So no regret. But 1200 minus 800 is 400, which is a regret. So I will select the 40. Here also I calculated for all of three. And out of all of three, the maximum was this one. So I took 20. So my maximum is 1200. 1200 minus 1200 is 0 and 1200 minus 800 is 400. So where do I regret? The regret is here at the order size 40. So I select order size 40. That is my minimax regret. For regret, I have to first do a subtraction from max, which is 1200. So 1200 minus 800, which is 400, which is my order size of 40. Yes, anybody has anything?
Ma'am,
Yes.
in the first point, it says first we need to find the regret by subtracting all the payoffs of an option from the highest payoff.
Yeah.
So we are only
That
subtracting.
for that particular option size, na?
Okay.
So for that particular option size, you subtracted for all.
So 1200 minus 800, we get 400. Then
Yeah.
why?
For this option size also we took. Now we selected the two option size of the maximum, no? Because it's mini max. So first you have to take the maximum. What is maximum? 40 and 60. Okay. Then we subtracted 1200 minus 1200 0. And then we did 1200 minus 800 400. Because it's
Okay.
mini max regret. So first we took the maximums, right?
Yes.
And then out of the maximums, we did the subtraction. And then we got this one, the order size of 400, which is this.
In this example, we had three options.
Yeah, but we chose the maximum, no? Pehle to
Yeah.
the second half we have to consider.
So if we have four options,
Then
then
you will take the three highest.
so we are going to leave only one option
Ah,
in any case.
yeah.
Okay.
And then we selected the option with the lowest maximum regret, which is minus 400. Hence, we can say 40 or 60. These two. When we do a question of that category, that will be more clear to you guys because we will actually use it in practice. Then the next one we have is impact of risk appetite of stakeholders on performance management. Okay. So how is the risk appetite of stakeholders impacting the PM, performance management? There are different stakeholders last time we discussed. Stakeholders can be your shareholders, they can be your employees, it can be the government, it can be the society, right? Stakeholders affect business and business decisions in various ways. Different types of stakeholders will have different risk appetites and thus will have varied expectations from the company. As we saw in the previous lecture, that every stakeholder has a different expectation from the company. What is the expectation of the shareholders? To have maximum dividends from the company. What is the expectation of employees? Good salaries, good working conditions. What is the expectation of the government? Maximum taxes. What is the expectation of the society? Corporate social responsibility. So every stakeholder has different risk appetites and therefore they have different and varied expectations from the company. Stakeholders are not always, shareholders are not always classified as risk seeking. However, they might want companies to take more risk in order to increase the potential return. See, shareholders are somebody who wants to play it safe. They don't want to be classed as very risky, but they want maximum returns. They want maximum increase in their potential returns. Shareholders can spread this risk by diversifying their portfolios. So, what shareholders can do is they can invest in a very risky company, they can invest in a medium risk company, and they can invest in a low risk company. So high risk, high return, medium risk, medium return, low risk, low return. So when you diversify your portfolio, you're getting some of the other money from different sources. Managers and employees may be risk seeking if their remuneration depends on the company performance performing well. Such as in the case of stock option plans, they might end up choosing options that have higher risk. This may or may not be in the best interest of the company. When are employees and managers risk seeking? When a part of their salary is dependent on the company performance. For example, your salary is $2,500 plus 12% of profit. So you can either select this or you can select a salary of 3,000. You decide what you want. If you select 3,000 fixed salary, that means you want to play safe. But if you select 2,500 plus 12% of profit, if the profit is maximum, you will get this 12%. Otherwise, आपको ये 2,500 plus थोड़ा सा ही मिलेगा. If the profit goes like skyrocket, automatically your earnings will increase. So if you take this risk, your returns might be maximum, might be a failure. If you take this one, you're playing it safe. So managers and employees may be risk seeking if their remuneration depends on the performance. On the other hand, managers and employees may also display a risk averse attitude if taking more risk in a potential project and a potential unsuccessful outcome would negatively impact their performance evaluation of their job security. Thus, even when the project might be in the best interest of the company, they might end up passing on this opportunity that we do not want to take a risk, because if there is a risk averse attitude, it can be unsuccessful outcome. Their unsuccessful outcome would negatively impact their performance evaluation or their job security. Because if profit does not happen, then 2,500 plus thoda sa is too less. Okay, so they might end up passing on these opportunities. Financiers like banks will be more conservative given the fact that they will be concerned about regular interest payments and timely payback of principal amounts. However, financiers like venture capitalists have a high risk appetite and they're prepared to take high risk as long as they are having a good returns. So they are more interested in paying back their interest payments. So they are very risky. Venture capitalists are ready to take the risk, but as far as they're getting a return out of it, otherwise फिर वो भी नहीं लेंगे risk, just like managers and employees who want to play it safe. Therefore, to effectively manage the performance of the organization, it will be crucial to align business decisions to risk appetite of the shareholders. So first we need to understand what is the risk appetite of different people, and then accordingly we have to align the business decisions to that. For example, if my stakeholders are ready to take risk, then as a business owner I will invest in a very risky project. But if my shareholders do not want to take the risk and want to play it safe, their risk appetite is limited, then I will also not take risk. So it depends on what my stakeholders want. If they want high risk, high return, the company should do that. If they want moderate risk, I will do that. So it is very crucial to align the business decision to the risk appetite of the shareholders. So my business decisions will completely be based on what my shareholders are expecting. If they're ready to take the risk, then I will take the risk and take business decisions accordingly. So it all depends on their risk appetite. So with this theory chapter is over. Now we are coming to approaches of budgets, which has a lot of practical calculation, and we're going to do it in class. We're going to study it in class. But before that, we started from corporate social responsibility and we ended at the impact of risk appetite of stakeholders on performance management. Just go through it and see if you have any doubts. Guys, can we begin with budgeting? Guys,
Yes, ma'am.
others?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm there.
Now, in every type of budget that we're going to do, we're going to solve a problem. So, and a few here and there, we're going to solve for homework. Okay. So, this is the approaches to budgets. This chapter contains the following topics: introduction to budgeting, the objective of preparing a budget, budgeting and strategic planning, participation and budgeting, different methods of budgeting, activity based management, ABM, variance analysis, forecasting, and the learning curve. Okay, so let's talk about the introduction. Now, in budgeting, this chapter is a mixture of theory and practical questions. But to solve practical questions, you need to know what the theory is. So, you need to know the theory, you need to memorize the theory of what every budget is about. I'm not saying a word to word memorization, but at least you should know that, okay, this is a zero based budget, or this is a top to bottom line, or this is a bottom to top, or this is, incremental budget. So you need to know. Okay. When we talk about any organization, before carrying out its activities, they need to plan how to go about things, right? Because whenever in an organization you're working, you need to first plan on how to go about with the things. In planning phase, we need to decide how much of the resources should be allocated to specific divisions. Because if you directly start with your business, you don't know where to put what money, and then you end up wasting a lot of your money. So it's very essential to have a budget ready. A simple example is when we go shopping or when we go for a trip, we have a budget that is there, and then we allocate budget to different things. Like when you're planning a trip, you know that, okay, this is the X amount that I can keep for shopping, then this is the amount that I need to keep flights, then this is the amount that I need to keep for stay. So there are so many options of flights and stay, but what is important is what fits in your budget, what is close to your budget, then you will allocate that one. Okay. Then you decide that, okay, for sightseeing, I need to keep this X amount. For food, I need to keep this amount. So, and for emergency, I have to keep these funds, right? So this is how you plan on how to go about with things once you know your budget, and then where what resources should be allocated to different divisions, how many products should we produce, how much profit should we expect to make, etc. When this plan is put down on a paper and expressed in terms of money, it is called a budget. So in your mind, you will have multiple plans that, I have to make this, I have to go here, I have to do this. But the moment you start putting it down on paper that this is the money that I have, this is the country that I want to visit, this is the allocation of what money needs to be allocated where, then when you're doing that, that's called budgeting. Okay, when you put it down on paper and express it in terms of money, it's known as a budget. By the time you have it in your head going on, it's not a budget unless and until you put it down there on the paper and express in terms of money. Then you call it a budget. Okay, so now a definition of budgets. A budget can be defined as a quantitative, detailed plan for a specific time period. A quantitative, detailed plan prepared for a specific time period. It is normally expressed in financial terms and it is prepared for 1 year. Normally, as you may have already understood, that the figures used in the budgets are estimates of what's going to happen in the next period. Budgeting is always done for the future. So next year, I'm expecting a profit of this much. Next year, my costing will be this much. Next year, my earning will be this much. So it's an estimate of what's going to happen in the next period. That's my budget. The process of calculating these estimates are based on judgment and experiences, and that is called forecasting. Forecasting means my expectation about the future, that my sales will be this much, my profits will be this much, my earnings will be this much, my taxes will be this much. So I am calculating a budget for next year, for a specific time period. It's a detailed plan for next year based on what is going to happen in the next year and using all my experience, and that is known as forecasting. Expectation about the future. Now, what are the different objectives of budgeting? The first objective of budgeting is planning. Budgets force organizations to plan for the upcoming year. Because, in the business, you always have to be ready for the future. Okay? Because once you know what the future holds, you can take good decisions for the organization. So budgets force organization to plan for the upcoming year. This prevents managers from taking on the spot decisions which are not good for the organization. So we need to always think about the future and think about how we can be, how we can take decisions for the betterment of the organization for the future. So that planning is the first objective of budgeting. Second one is the control. At the end of the year, the actual performance is compared with the budgets, and hence appropriate control action can be taken beforehand. This is also called as variance analysis. For example, in my budget of next year, I expected the profit to be 2,100 for the next year. By the time the end of the next year, I got to know that my real profit is not 2,100, it's 2,500. So that's a variance in the expected and actual. Now this is about a profit. So if my actual is more than my expected, it is more by 400, which is good for the company because it is profit. So it is 400 favorable. So my variance is 400 favorable. Okay. If my expected is 2,100 and if my actual sales of that period is 2,000, and I'm talking about the profit. So my variance is 100 adverse because I expected more profit, but my actual was less. So it is an adverse thing and it is 100 adverse. So then at the end of the year, the expected is calculated with the actual, and this is known as variance analysis. And variance can be favorable, that is good for the company, or it can be adverse. Okay. Then this third objective of budgeting is communication. Budgets act as a medium of communication between different levels of the organization. That means the top level managers can communicate what is expected from lower levels through budgets. If the top level says that we are expecting a sales of 1,200, that means the lower level need to understand that that is their expectation from us, that hum log utna sale kar paye. Okay. If the top level says that we are expecting a cost of 250, that means that's an expectation from the lower levels that they will keep the costing that much only. So it's like a medium of communication because the budget is normally made by the top level. And when the top levels make the budget, it's an unsaid rule that that's their expectation from the lower levels, that, this is what you should do. Then the next objective of budgeting is coordination. As budgets are prepared for various activities of the organization, which are dependent on each other, they help to achieve goal congruence. So there's a lot of coordination. If cost is this much, then it's related to something else. So various activities of the organization are dependent on each other. And by that way, they are able to achieve their end goal. Okay. Then we have evaluation. Evaluation of employees and managers is done by comparing the actual performance with budgets. They are appraised on the basis of their performance against the budget. So if it's a favorable performance, then they are awarded. So evaluation is done by comparing the actual performance with the budgets. Then next we have is delegation. The next objective of budgeting is delegation. Delegation is setting the budget to managers can add to their responsibilities and thus help motivate them. Also, using the manager's knowledge can help set more realistic budgets. Delegation means giving work to them, giving the responsibility to them, that give your inputs also. And then when the top level take the input of the manager's knowledge can help them to make more realistic budget, because sometimes the top level don't know the reality in the market. They're making budgets based on their expectation about the future, but it's good to have expectation that, we should make this much sales and we should make that much cost. But actually, when you go and see the situation in the market, you understand, is this even achievable? So for that, we need managers' practical help, wherein that will help us to set a realistic budget. Realistic budget means a budget which is achievable. Otherwise, ऐसे तो सोचने के लिए we can think anything, that we want a sale of this much, I want a cost of this much, but it should be achievable, it should be realistic. And for that realisticness, we need to have managers who add this to their responsibility and give us a realistic target that, looking at the market situation, looking at the competitors in the market, looking at the pricing strategy of the competitors, we will be able to achieve only this much of the sales, or we will be able to achieve only this much of the profit. Then is the authorization. The budget acts as a formal way of authorizing different activities of the organization, such as hiring staff, buying materials, etc. So with budgets, there can be authorization of different activities of the organization to different people, like hiring the staff, buying materials at this price only, because we want to keep the cost minimum, etc. And then next we have is motivation. Having a target helps in motivating the managers compared to having no targets at all. So once you have a target set that, I want to make a sale of 2,100, that's like a target that we have to fulfill this target. And this target helps and gives a push of motivation. When you have no budget, that means you have no target. If you have no target, matlab jisko jo karna hai karo. There's no target of I have to complete this by this time. But when you have a budget, you have a target that, okay, this year I have to make a sale of 2,100 because that's what is expected from me by the top management. So I have to fulfill this target, or at least try to fulfill this target. But care must be taken to keep the budget achievable. If you give very unrealistic targets, like the sale should be 10,000, not possible. For a company like this, and for where the competitors are strong and all of that, 10,000 is not possible. So that time, then you cannot motivate the employees. But एक कुछ achievable thing hai, then you can motivate the managers and you can ask them to fulfill that target, but care must be taken that this target should be realistic so that budget is achievable. Budgeting and strategic planning. A budget is mainly concerned with the implementation of long-term plans in the budget period. These long-term plans are often derived from the mission statement of the organization. The following process is followed: mission, corporate objectives, business unit objectives, long-term plans, and budgets. Okay. So it's concerned with the implementation of long-term plans in the budget period. The mission statement of the company, we've seen the mission statement of Coca-Cola, states the purpose for which the company exists. Okay, that's my mission to do this and how I will reach to my vision. The corporate objectives are the objectives of a group as a whole. The business units are companies of a group, and these units have their own objectives also. Long-term plans are set out by the units to achieve these objectives. Now, these plans that I want to achieve this, I want to do this of business units, of different business units, are broken down into yearly and half-yearly objectives known as budgets. What is a budget? Budget is an expectation about what the company wants to achieve. So basically, it's the objectives that the company wants to achieve in the long run. They are broken down. So in the long run, I want to become the leading seller of cold drinks. This is my objective. Now that objective needs to be broken down into year 1, year 2. Now, if you want to be best in the market in the next 10 years, for that, in the year 1, you should have a sales of 2,500. In the year 2, you should have a sales of 3,200. In year 3, you should have a sales of 4,000. And this is the breaking of that objectives. And that breaking of that objective is then your budget. If you want to fulfill your objective of becoming the leading supplier of cold drink in the market, that is your mission and that is your objective, then that objective needs to be broken down year wise, and then that becomes your budget. If you want to achieve your objective, that means your budget for the first year has to be a sales of 2,500. That means your budget for the sales of year 2 has to be 3,200. Only if you're achieving the small budgets, then in the long run, you can be leading supplier of aerated drinks. So these big goals are not achievable overnight, but you have to break these big goals into small achievable goals every year. And those small achievable goals are known as your budgets. So when you achieve the small goals, then after say a period of some years, you will be able to be a leading supplier of aerated drinks. That means with the help of these small goals, small budgets, you were able to fulfill your mission statement, which was to be a leading supplier of aerated drinks in the market. Okay. Achievements of these budgets help in the achievement of long-term plans of the company. As I told you, these small budgets, if you fulfill, ultimately you will be able to fulfill the long-term plan of the company, which is to be a leading supplier of aerated drinks, for example. These long-term plans help in achieving the objectives of the business units and groups, thus ultimately achieving the company's mission. And finally, with this small baby steps, you will be able to fulfill the mission of the company. Okay, so that is the entire thing that needs to be understood, that fulfilling a mission statement just doesn't happen overnight. Today morning, you get up and you're like, oh, I want to fulfill my mission statement. First, that mission statement needs to be broken down into corporate objectives, then corporate objectives into small business unit objectives, and then broken down into small budgets. That is the long-term plans, yearly plans. Then make your yearly budget that if I want to be a leading supplier, then every year my sales should increase by 10% or 20%. So in year 1, my sales has to be 2,500 at least. In year 2, it has to be 3,200. In year 3, it has to be 4,000. Then every year, if you're able to achieve this, then over a long run, you will be able to achieve your objectives. And once you start achieving your objectives, ultimately it will lead to achieving company's mission. And that is how achievement of mission is linked to budgeting. Okay. So this is linking of objectives to budgets. Now, guys, take a break of 15 minutes and we will be back at 11 and then we'll continue from where we stopped. Okay, guys, are you all back?
Yes, ma'am.
Now let us look at the different ways in which the budgets are set. So yeah, we can look at that. Let us look at different ways in which the budgets are set. These are based on the level of participation by the lower management. Okay. So the different ways of budgeting, pehle wala to is top down budget. So from the name itself, you can guess top down means from the top to the lower level, right? So in this type of budgetary system, the budgets are prepared by senior level managers because it's a top down budget. So which comes from the top. So it comes from the senior level managers. These budgets are imposed on the junior levels because it's made at the top by senior and it's given to the juniors. It's imposed on the juniors who are required to operate within these budgets. This type of budget is used in an autocratic environment such as military. That means a very strict environment wherein the seniors are making the budgets and imposing it on the juniors who have no choice but to follow the budgets. Organizations that have such a system have many levels of managerial hierarchy. So they have the top level, they have the medium level, they have the lower medium level, then they have the lower level. So usme bahut hierarchy hai in the organization, and top down is made by the top levels, seniors, and given to the juniors, wherein the juniors have to follow it. And it's a very autocratic environment which doesn't allow the juniors to participate in budget making. So it's a very autocratic environment, such as military, jahan pe juniors just have to do what they're told to do. They cannot participate in the budget making and they cannot give their opinions. Okay, they just have to follow whatever comes from the seniors. So, what are the advantages and disadvantages of this type of budget? Pehle to it saves time because we are not inviting participation from the juniors. We are not doing a brainstorming. We are not telling them what are your ideas. We are not asking them, ki, okay, give your ideas. Then let's think about those ideas. Then if the ideas make sense, we will incorporate these ideas. तो वो सब time pass होता ही नहीं है. It's strictly prepared by the seniors and given to the juniors कि भाई आपको ये follow करना है. Okay, it's no way wherein we taking their opinions on how it should be done. Okay. So that is my first advantage. Then my second advantage is that senior level management has the experience and the skills required to prepare the budget because they have been at that level for a very long period of time. They've done it every year. So they have the experience to prepare a budget and all of that. And they're not taking any inputs from the juniors. And there are fewer chances of slack building up because everything is planned. So there are no slacks in time. The decision is taken and made final. So that is the advantage. But now what are the disadvantages? Disadvantage is that is pehle to juniors have no say in this. Whatever seniors say, they have to follow that. So employee morale may go down and they may not be motivated to pursue the targets because there is no sense of inclusion of employees in the budget making. So any which ways the morale will go down and they may be motivated to not pursue the targets. There will be a communication gap between different levels of management if budgets are imposed. There will be a communication gap because the only communication that happens from senior level to junior level is you have to achieve this budget. Bus. How to achieve it, What are your problems that you will encounter while achieving it? How can we solve the problems? All that is not discussed at all. The budgets won't be able to incorporate ground level issues because the seniors don't know what are the ground level issues that the juniors are facing. Maybe they're facing a risk from different factors, but that ground level issues are not considered. How will they be considered unless and until the seniors know it? And how will they come to know it? If the juniors tell them that. But juniors are not allowed to tell them because in top down budget, juniors have no say in the budget. They just have to follow what the seniors are saying. So that's a disadvantage that ground level issues kabhi address hi nahi honge because who will address them? Juniors are not allowed to address them, तो वो address हो ही नहीं सकता, right? So that is my first top-down budget. Then my second one, yes.
Can you explain the last point of the advantage of top-down budget?
There are fewer chances of slack building up because there is no chance given for juniors to ask their doubts and ask their opinions. So slack nahi hoga in building up. It's just a data that is passed on from the top levels to the bottom level कि आपको ये करना है. There are no gaps, there are no slacks in between. That how will you do it? Okay, we'll tell you, we'll teach you how to do it, or what are the problems that you're encountering. Come and discuss your problems. We will solve that problems. वो सब नहीं होता. So that is an advantage also, which saves a lot of time because slacks nahi hai usme. But then it's a disadvantage because ground level issues will not be addressed. Then the next one we have is bottom up. Abhi from the name itself, you can understand bottom up is where the juniors are also involved. So in the bottom up style of budgeting, the budgets are prepared through the participation of junior level employees. Here, first, the junior manager prepares a draft of the budget, and then these are discussed by the senior management before accepting it. So it goes from the bottom to the top. So bottom up. Juniors first prepare a draft, then give that draft to the seniors. Then the seniors have a discussion about that draft, think about that draft, and if they feel that the draft is good enough, they will accept it. But seniors are allowed to make changes to that. Okay, obviously, because juniors don't have a lot of experience in making budgets. So they are giving their ideas, they are giving a draft, and then ultimately the seniors may align that, change it a little, and then make a final budget. But here, the decisions are taken based on the inputs given by the juniors. Changes may be made to align the budgets to the overall objectives. Such systems are followed in a participative environment where importance is given to every person in the organization. Such organizations have few levels of management and are flat. यहाँ पे the hierarchy is not a lot. Otherwise, it will be a complete mess. Wherein everybody's participation, if you take, every person has a different opinion to give. So how many opinions will you consider? So here the hierarchy is very flat. There are only few levels of the organization. Say there are 3 levels: top level, medium level, lower level. So it becomes easier for people to communicate and it becomes participation becomes easier. Otherwise, if the hierarchy is a lot, it's better to just give a decision that this is to be done. No questions asked policy. Okay. Because if everybody sit and ask questions of their own and their ideas, then wo usme time pass ho jayega. Then the making of the budget will take longer than the achievability of the budget. Okay. So what are the advantages of this bottom-up budget wherein juniors are also given their importance and their decisions are also considered and their inputs are also considered? The managers will get a chance to participate in the setting of targets and allocation of resources and hence will be motivated. So automatically juniors will feel involved in the decision making and they will have a sense of inclusion and they will have a sense of motivation that, okay, I'm also included. Although they take my ideas or not is a different thing. But at least I can speak for myself and I can give my ideas and I can have my ground level problems solved. Okay. Employees are more responsive towards the achievement of targets because it's like they are included in making the targets. Like, if we want to increase the sales, I think this is what we should do. So that is their idea, and that idea is accepted by seniors, and seniors have incorporated that. So now they will be more responsive towards achievement of the targets because somewhere they have given this idea. So that is a sense of belonging that they have, and because of that, they will be more responsive to achieve the targets. And the budgets will often be realistic and will incorporate the ground reality because the draft is made by the juniors. So all the ground level problems are considered when making a draft. Okay. But what will be the disadvantages of this bottom up budget? Will use up valuable time of the management as a greater number of people will be involved, and it will be a very time consuming process where the juniors, there's a mess that they're creating a draft and every person has a different but if an idea, and there's a possibility of managers building up the slack. बहुत ज़्यादा time लगेगा in different problems of people, then it will just build up, and then the managers have to look at the different drafts prepared and they have to accept a draft. So that is a disadvantage. The lower level of managers won't have the skill or motivation to participate. उनको चाहिए ही नहीं. Some managers don't want to participate. It's their disadvantage. When you ask them questions, they don't want to answer because they are at that level wherein they want to just follow the instructions. They don't want to be creative. They don't want to step out of their comfort zone. There are so many people like that who be like, "Arey yaar, jo kaam hai, you give it to me, I'll do it. I don't want to use my own brain. I don't want to use my own, thinking of how that work can be done." So the lower level of managers won't have that much skills or the motivation to participate. Some might love to do it, but some might just want to stay away from it. So that's a disadvantage. And if the participation is only a pseudo participation, then the result in dissatisfaction among the lower level management and thus demotivate them. What's a pseudo participation? That means the draft is prepared by the juniors, it is given to the seniors, but the seniors never accept it. They do what they feel right. So then why are you taking suggestions from me? Just for the sake of it? Yes. And if that is done, then this will create a lot of dissatisfaction because every year, as a team, we are giving a suggestion to the senior, but every year they are making the budget ultimately about what they like. So it's like just for the sake of it, wo bolne ke liye the naam is bottom up, wherein we are giving our ideas, but our ideas are never considered. Ultimately, when the budget is made, they're making it on the basis of what they want and what they feel is right. So that's a pseudo participation. That means I'm there, but I'm not there in budget making. So that's a lot of dissatisfaction because every year, if you're giving a good idea or a new idea, but that idea is never considered. Okay, so that will result in a lot of dissatisfaction among the lower level management, and thus it will demotivate them that bhai abhi se I don't want to participate, only jo karna hai karo. Okay, so that is a pseudo participation. Ideally, any organization must use a blend of these two. Because if you use too much of top down, sorry, then उसमें क्या होगा is employees will feel that अरे मेरा कोई idea लिया ही नहीं. They are just giving me instructions and I have to follow those instructions, and the ground level reality is also not considered. And sometimes the goals set by the management are too unrealistic because management doesn't know the reality that we are facing at the ground level or the problems that we are facing at the ground level. And bottom up mein kya hota hai is if you do a lot of bottom up, it's a very time consuming process and building up the slack because everybody wants to give some or the other idea, and a lot of it might be useless also. People just want to be like acha ye karte hai, wo karte hai, but that might not be uh, feasible because at the lower level when people are making the ideas, they don't have idea of uska costing kya hoga. It's very easy to give an idea, but when you're spending for it, you know that you have to give an idea which is viable also. So too much of top down is also not good. Too much of bottom up is also not good. So what ideally any organization must do is blend the advantages of both. So take a participation of the juniors so that we come to know in terms with the ground reality. We get in terms with the ground reality. They have a sense of participation. Their inputs should be considered. But again, top down bhi karo because they should have a clear goal set. So take their ideas, whatever is good, incorporate them. Whatever is bad, tell them why it is bad. Explain to them that why we cannot incorporate a particular idea because that idea is not good or maybe it's too expensive to incorporate at this level. So ideally, a blend of both can be a good mix for budgeting. As I told you, why too much of top down should also not be done, why too much of bottom up should also not be done. So ideally, a blend of both of these techniques is good. So blend the advantages of both, and that can be an ideal budgeting.
Ma'am,
Yes.
what does Slack mean?
Slack means time consuming, basically.
Okay.
Then we have the different methods of budgeting. Now, for every method, you have a problem. So to understand that method better, kaise karte hai? For example, if I tell you the first method of budget is the fixed budget, the second one is a flexible budget. So for after every this thing, you have a problem uh, that will kind of help you of, okay, this is how we do a fixed budget, or this is how we do a flexible budget. Now, all these methods are already done in your PM paper or in whatever subject or whatever papers you've studied in the past. Those who have done CA have done in your performance management in CA. However, in APM, it is important to evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of each of budget. So we're doing it once again. So it's like a revision to those who have already done budgeting and those who have not done. This is your chance to learn it. Usually, when we are studying budgets, the name itself of the budget will tell you what the budget is about. So, fixed budget is a budget that is never changed. It's fixed. Flexible is changed, as in how the variables of expenditure and variance change. So, the name itself will tell you what the budget is. For example, fixed budget. It is a budget created before the start of the budgeting period and is never changed during the course of the period. It's kept fixed. This budget does not change with the change in volume of goods actually produced. This type of budget is suitable for businesses where the output and cost can be estimated with certainty. We exactly know what should be the output, what is going to be the output of this business, and what is the estimated cost going to be. So, when you exactly know with certainty the output and the cost, that is when we use the fixed budget, which is not changed during the course of the period. Okay. Then next we have is a flexible budget. In this type of budgets, the figures can change according to the change in volume to incorporate the additional variable expenditure and variance. This is suitable for business where the volume and sales keep on fluctuating. So that's why it's known as a flexible budget. So you can change it during the year. Now, this is your apply your knowledge one. And this is the requirement. So whenever you have a question, you first read the requirement and then try doing this. So before directly starting with this, I will first give you some time to try, and then I'm going to do it for you. Those who have already tried and got the answer, great, because this is done in your PM. Those who have not got, at least you tried, so that's a good thing, but we're going to do it together. So just try this, apply your knowledge one. We're going to do it. You have 7 minutes to try it, and then we're going to do it together. Guys, can we start the solution?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's begin. Pehले तो I'll share my Excel with you. So I will make two columns, budgeted and actual. Okay. I will start my sum with the working note. So as per my working note now, one, what is the budgeted level of patient numbers? We budgeted that the patient numbers will be how much?
20,000.
20,000.
20,000. But what is the actual patient number?
23,750.
Very good. 23,750. So what is the increase in the percentage? How to calculate the increase? I will tell you. So the increase in this working note one is my increase in patients from budgeted. So it is equal to 23,750 minus 20,000 divided by 20,000 into 100. I have to remove this is equal to, otherwise it will calculate as a formula. I want this formula for you to stay. So that will be how much? Guys, please calculate the increase.
18.75.
Yeah. So it is 18.75%, right? That is my increase from budgeted to actual. Now this is my working note. Now I'll start from here. First of all, I'll start with doctors. Okay. What is the budgeted doctors?
60.
Budgeted doctors is 60. 60 is the budgeted number of doctors. Into what is the pay of the doctor per doctor pay budgeted?
1 lakh.
1 lakh. So what is my budgeted cost of that?
6 million.
Right? What is my actual doctors?
60.
And what is my cost of
1
actual?
lakh. 1 lakh 5,000.
Very good. So that will give me
6.3 million.
$6.3 million. Yeah.
okay. So this is my budgeted calculation. This is my actual calculation. Then comes my nurses. What is the number of nurses?
150.
150.
Very good. So 150 into what is the budgeted cost per nurse?
37,000.
Very good. How much?
5. 55. 55.
55 lakh 50,000.
Very good. Then I have my actual now. So my first calculation is budgeted ka, second one is actual ka. The actual is 150 number
34,500.
34,500.
Yeah.
Lakh 75.
5175. Okay. Then after doctors का हो गया, salary nurses का हो गया, then coming to other staff cost. Now other staff costs say half is fixed, half is variable. So fixed is going to remain the fixed, but variable we have to increase by 18.75% because that is your variable increase. Budgeted से actual तक का suffer is 18.75% increase. So let's see how to calculate the other staff cost.
Ma'am, other staff cost is 100% variable.
Okay, okay. Then वो तो direct ही आएगा. So other staff cost का working note will be 14 lakh 40
It's given 1.5 million.
0.75% का growth. It's given
Yeah.
already.
Yep.
Okay. And what is the actual?
1.5 million.
1.5 million.
So and this will be, I'll just put it here, 14 lakh 40 plus 18.75% because that's the variable growth, right? So that you will get as 17 lakh 10. That's my other staff cost. Then next we have is catering. Now catering is half fixed, half variable.
Yes.
What is the actual first? Actual is given, no?
Variable is 140 and fixed is 60.
Actual is given, no, but
Yes. 2 lakhs.
this is the actual, guys.
Okay.
Actual is 187,500, not 2 lakh.
Actuals are given. So first let's put the actuals, no? मतलब उसके बारे में कोई शक ही नहीं है. So actual कितना है catering का? 187,500 because that is already given to you. Now the challenge is to calculate this budgeted का. अभी budgeted में half is fixed and half is variable, right? So I will do fixed. I'll write F for fixed and V for variable and we'll add this 2 and that is my budgeted. So fixed is how much percent first of all?
30.
30%. Okay. So this is 2 lakh into 30% is my fixed. So 2 lakh का 30% कितना आता है?
60,000.
60,000. Plus variable. 2 lakh का कितने percent is variable? 70% is variable.
Yes.
In plus variable is increasing by how much percent?
18.75.
18.75. So this is my calculation for variable. समझा आपको? See, out of 2 lakh, 30% is fixed. So 2 lakh का 30% becomes 60,000. Okay. I'll write it here. Somebody's microphone is on. Huh? I'm switching it off. And then out of 2 lakh, 70% is variable. But variable is increasing by how much? 18.75. So I have to add it by 18.75 because variable has increased by 18.75. So 2 lakh into 70% is my variable. That is 1,40,000. But I have to increase this 1,40,000 by 18.7%. So that gives me how much? 1,66,250. And then this two together will be my budgeted.
226, 250.
That is my budgeted after all these calculations. Then uske baad, in the same way, I have to do the cleaning ka. Now first tell me cleaning ka actual kitna hai. So I'll go and write it down first. So uska tension hi nahi chahiye.
142.
142. Now again, let's calculate the fixed and variable. So what is the budgeted that they have given us? Cleaning ka 80,000 diya hai kya?
Yes.
And out of this 80,000, how much is fixed?
65%.
65%. Guys, don't make silly mistakes. 0 mil jayega exam mein. Okay. So 80,000 ka 65 is fixed. So pehle I'll to go and calculate my 65%, which is
52.
52,000. Now coming to my variable, which I have to increase by 18.75%. So my variable is 80 into
35.
percent plus 18.75%.
33 to 50.
Okay, so that gives me, I'll just confirm the calculation. 80 into 35% plus 18.75%. Yes, it's 33 250. And then finally, यहाँ पे मुझे मिलेगा the summation of both of them. Not यहाँ पे, यहाँ पे. Okay. Then in the similar way, I will do other operating cost. It's maybe mera fixed, mera variable. And first to give me the actual.
10,50,000.
Very good. It's given in the question. Now let's calculate the fixed and variable. What is the budgeted? 12 lakh.
Yes.
Out of that, how much percent is fixed?
70.
Percent. So pehle to calculate the fixed one for me.
840. 840.
8 lakh 4. Then variable will be 30% plus 18.75. Guys, you all are getting it or no? Everybody?
Yes.
Others?
427. 500.
Into 30% plus 18.75%. 427,500. बराबर है ना?
Yes.
And then I will add the two. Plus this. Now directly on Excel also I can do the calculations, but I'm purposely not doing it because I want you to know the formula. Otherwise, then directly is equal to karke, if I do this calculation, I'll get this answer 427,500, but then you will not be able to see how this calculation has come. And so I'm doing it on my Calci and posting it here for your understanding. In the exam, you do directly. Okay, so if you want to do this, you do directly. No need to write the formula. You will do is equal to 150 into 37. So you get your answer. So if the examiner wants to see how you got this particular answer, they will click here, they will get a formula here. So in the exam, no need to waste your time in writing this formula. Just do is equal to and type, you will get the answer. Okay. So other operating cost bhi ho gaya. Then depreciation is given to us. What happened here?
Ma'am, the cell format might not be number. I don't know.
Hmm. Okay. Now, next we have is depreciation, which is given to us. How much is the depreciation?
80,000.
That
80,000.
is subtracted, right?
Yes.
Multiple 80. Then what is my total cost? Calculate the total cost and give me everyone. Now I want the answer from everyone else. Everyone's participation is necessary. Whatever answer you got for the budgeted and actual, send me in the chat box. Nobody will switch their microphone and speak. Otherwise, everybody else will also get the same answer. So whatever answer you get after addition and subtraction, I want that answer in the chat box. Come on, quickly. This is my working note. Huh? My actual start from here. So we've already got the first message of Vansh. I also got the answer from Milan. Others, guys, please send me your answers. Unless and until you all send me your answers, I'm not going to proceed because you need to understand how to do this.
Should we also include the depreciation amount in the budgeted figure?
Sorry?
Should we add the 80,000 depreciation in the budget cost as well,
Yeah.
or only the?
The depreciation would remain the same. We got an answer from Naomi, which is absolutely correct. Come on, others. We've got one more message from Vikrant. Vikrant, please send me the actual as well. Budgeted is absolutely correct. Waiting for others. Waiting for Maitri Mehta. Waiting for Hariharan. Waiting for Vikrant actuals is also correct. So waiting for two people now, Maitri and Hariharan. Quickly, you all have just 1 minute. It's a quick calculation. Add up all the cost and subtract depreciation. It's that simple. Hariharan, your answer is wrong. So we have Maitri, it's correct. And actual is so this is my problem of the first one. The doctors, the nurses, other staff cost, catering, cleaning, other operating cost, depreciation, total cost, and one of the student has also calculated the variance of it. I think Vansh. So I have budgeted, that is expected my cost to be 149.19, but I got only 144.34. That means my cost was less. So it's a favorable variance. They've not although asked you to calculate the variance, but in case you want, it's a favorable. Because the actual cost being lesser than the budgeted is a good thing for the business. So it is 48,4,500 favorable. If anybody wants the variance, so this is the variance. Okay. So that's with my problem. And this was the solution. This was the working note. And that's why we were increasing the variable by 18.75% every time. So we are adding 18.75 to the variables. This is the calculation for the same. So, yeah. Let's continue with the theory part. Then we have incremental budgets. Okay. What is an incremental budget? Incremental matlab keeps on increasing. Okay. So let's look at the incremental budget. These kind of budgets keep on increasing. In this form of budgeting, the previous year's budget or actual result is taken as a base, and then percentage is added to it or subtracted to it. For example, my increment is 20%. So I take the previous year's budget or actual as the result of the base. So my base will be last year's budgeted or actual. Say for example, 120. And my incremental percent is 20%. So I will add 20% to my revenue. I'll add 20% to my cost. For every aspect, I'll keep on adding 20% because my increment percentage is 20 and my base I've already taken. So I'll just keep on adding the incremental percentage to it. Okay, so that is my incremental budget. And this addition or subtraction is made to adjust factors. One of that factors is inflation. This type of budget is suitable for organizations which do not go under significant change year after year. They're stable. Okay, you just have to add the increment percent and they do not go for significant changes year after year. Stable organizations would prefer to use an incremental budgeting. It's for organizations which are very stable for a long period of time. They are not trying something new. This method is suitable for businesses whose costs do not fluctuate much and good cost control is exercised in the company. So unka costing is very tight. It does not fluctuate that much. And let's look at the advantages and disadvantages of the budget. Just as important is the practical application of the budget. Similarly, the theory of that budget is also very important. So if asked in the exam, you should know the quick theory of that budget and the advantages and disadvantages in your own words. So advantages is easy to prepare. Sif add karna hai, the increment percentage. So easy to prepare and there is a stability and greater understandability. Change is gradual and hence managers get time to adapt to the change. So as a gradually change hota hai, ekdam quick change will not be there. Conflicts are reduced as every department is treated in the same way. And managers can run their department in a consistent way because there is no much change. The cost is also very tight. There's a good cost control. So managers can run their department in a very systematic way or a very consistent way. The disadvantage of this type of budget is that there is no motivation to develop new processes and to reduce cost. We are constant. We do not even want to reduce the cost. We do not want to increase the cost. There is no motivation to do that. Simply following what you can see, going with the flow. Don't want to add something new. Don't want to do something new. Just going with the flow. Inefficiencies are built into the budget and are never removed. There is a possibility that managers will build slack into the budget and have a use it or lose it attitude. So again, there's a slack in here also. And use it or lose it. Humko kuch karna hi nahi hai. We do not want to try any new process. We do not want to even increase the cost because we have a cost control and we are not interested to use our knowledge to even reduce the cost. So basically, in simple words, we do not want to work hard to do anything. So there is a slack again built up. And use it or lose it attitude. Agar use karna hai, karo, nahi karna hai, we don't care. It is unrealistic as it assumes activities and methods will continue to work the same way every year. So that is one disadvantage, that activities and methods will continue to work the same way. And that is why it is said it is for those organizations which do not go under significant change year after year, and they're very stable organizations, and their cost also do not fluctuate that much, and there is a good cost control. So this is incremental budget theory. Now, this apply your knowledge of the second apply your knowledge is for homework. You have to try it for homework. So please mark this one for homework. Then we go to the next category of budgets, which is a ZBB, zero-based budgeting. What is zero-based budgeting? We start from zero. So zero-based budgeting, as the name suggests, is the budget based on zero. In simple words, we start each budget from scratch. We do not take the previous year as the base, just like we took in incremental budgeting. What did we do in incremental budgeting? We took the previous year's budgeted or actual as the base and then made additions or subtractions to it based on certain factors like inflation. Here in zero-based budgeting, the base is zero. So every time we make a budget, previous year is not considered at all. We all start from scratch. So every time a manager asks for money, he must justify whether it is needed or not and why it is needed. Because there is no base to it, we are starting from scratch. This is the opposite of incremental budgeting, hence no inefficiencies can be carried forward. Every time a fresh start. Okay. Now ZBB is done using the following steps. Managers should specify for their responsibility centers those activities that can be individually evaluated. Activities are identified and then they're described in a decision package. This includes the cost, revenue, purpose, importance, and alternatives of the activities. This package will show the minimum number of resources needed for the activity. Further modifications can be done. You can add extra features, but again, you start from scratch. These activity packages are then ranked by the management on the basis of which is the most beneficial for the organization. So different packages are taken. A decision package is made. Out of this package, whichever package is the most important and most beneficial for the organization, that package is selected. Finally, the resources are allocated to the packages on the basis of their rank and resources available. Okay, so that is my fourth step. So ZBB is done using the following step. Just give me 1 minute, I'm getting a call. Just read through it. We'll get back to advantages and disadvantages. Okay, so what is there? Different decision packages are made. That packages are ranked based on importance. And then finally, the resources are allocated based on the rank. So if the rank is more, I require that package, then more resources are given to that. And then lesser resources are given to the ones that we don't require that much. And managers should specify for their responsibility centers those activities that can be individually evaluated, because here we do not have a base of any of the years. So every time you require a cost, you have to specify the purpose of why you require money for that cost. ऐसा नहीं है that last year also we required, so this year I require 20% more in that because it's for advertising or it's for whatever. No, because there's no base for last year. So every time a manager asks for money for advertising, for whatever reasons, he has to justify why it is needed, and he has to rank it according to the need for the activity, and then accordingly a cost will be allocated to that particular activity. So every time we start from zero, and finally the resources are allocated to the packages on the basis of ranks and resources available. Okay, now let's look at the advantages and disadvantages of the budget. Yes,
Ma'am, one activity means one package.
sorry.
It is what, ma'am, the decision packet, does it contain only one activity or a group of similar activities? So,
It depends on what the question suggests. Okay, let's look at the advantages and disadvantages of the same. Advantages of ZBB is that all costs are justified and hence unnecessary expenditures are reduced. Okay, because every time you want to make a cost, you have to justify that cost. That why do I require money? Okay, I require money for advertising. So I say useless expenditures are reduced because every time you want to incur a cost, you have to justify why you're incurring that cost. So useless expenditures are reduced. It develops a questioning attitude. That is, why do you require this money? So every time you have to ask that. One second. No? Develops a questioning attitude because every time you want some money, a question will come from the management. Why do you want it? For what reason? So that will give you a sense of, I don't want to spend unnecessarily, because every time I want to spend the money, I have to answer why I'm spending that. No budget slack is created. Again, there is no slack because every time you need money, you have to ask for it, then you get it. So slack time nahi hai beech mein. Time is not wasted in that. And question is asked, if your expenditure is justified, then you will receive it, otherwise not. Managers are motivated to find alternatives and cheaper ways to do things because managers also know that every time I have to ask for money. So rather let me search for a way to do the things cheaper, alternatives to do it cheaper, because every time I have to go and I have to ask for money and all of that. Disadvantages is that it is time consuming because there is no base. It is expensive as it takes a lot of management time because every time you're making a ZBB, you have to start from scratch. So like every time you have to take permission for money, every time you have to ask for money, you have to look for new ways to do things cheaper. So every time it's a new challenge that is coming because there is no base of the previous year that we are considering here. Conflicts may arise due to different treatments to different divisions. Different treatments might be given to different divisions because we are ranking the divisions, right? So the most important divisions are giving priority and they are giving their allocated cost first. The lesser importance are given less importance. So baad mein dekhte hain. So because of that, conflicts might arise because as you saw in the theory, different divisions are given ranking and then cost is allocated to them. So because of that, conflicts may arise due to different treatments given to different divisions. Short-term benefits may be given importance over long-term benefits in this particular type of budgeting, and managers may get demotivated if their package is rejected. So, and somebody else's package is selected. So, yeah, that is a big thing to be demotivated about. And then there's a fact in the pandemic, many companies adopted a zero-based budgeting to focus and spend only on such activities which were extreme importance for the company because in COVID, बहुत सारे problems the companies had to go through. In this way, each cost must be justified why that cost is needed. And hence the companies were able to save a lot of money and survive the pandemic. Okay, so this was a good thing that happened because of zero-based budgeting. A lot of companies adopted it in COVID. And in this way, the companies were able to save a lot of cost because every time the company had to spend on something, they had to justify why they needed that spend. Okay, so this was my ZBB budget. Before we move to the next type of budget, which is the rolling budget, we take a quick break of 10 minutes and then continue with the rolling budget. Now, the next topic that we have is rolling budgets. Now, what is a rolling budget? In a rolling budget, the budget period, usually a year, is kept constant. So, the budget period year is kept constant. This is done by continuously updating the account period by adding another accounting period to it month by month or quarter by quarter. And as 1 month or quarter expires, so the budget is always available for the coming budget period, usually a year. So, for example, we have 4 quarters. Okay. A year is kept constant. So, at any given point, the budget should be for a year. So, 1 year has 4 quarters. So, this is my budget. The moment quarter 1 expires, I will take quarter 1 of next year. Then quarter 2 expires. Again, I need 1 year to be kept constant. So, I'll take quarter 2 of next year. Then quarter 3 expires. I will take quarter 3 of next year. So the budget is always rolling. Always it is 1 year, which is constant. So if 1 quarter is expired, take 1 quarter of next year. If quarter 2 is expired, take quarter 2 of next year. But at any given point of time, 1 year should kept constant. By continuously updating or adding an accounting period to it, month by month basis or quarter by quarter basis, when 1 month or quarter expires, you add another one to it. Okay. So that the budgets are always available for the coming budget period, usually a year. Example, consider that we are preparing rolling budgets for the year starting from January 2020 to December 2020. So when the month of January expires of 2020, we will add January 2021 to the budget. So at any given point, it is 12 months ka. So when February 2020 expires, you will add February 2021 to it. This will ensure that the length of the budget remains for 12 months. This system takes the help of modern technology by obtaining cheap and reliable information at a faster rate. Cash budgets usually operate as a rolling budget as cash is required throughout the year and need to be planned for efficient management. So we require cash budgets to be rolling budgets. Then this type of budgeting is always suitable for industries which are prone to major external changes, and hence budgets need to be updated regularly. So when January expires of 2020, you will add January of 2021. So at any given point, if you check the budget, it is for 12 months. Okay. What are the advantages of these kind of rolling budgets? The budget is updated to reflect external changes and hence is more relevant. So every time it's updated, 1 month is gone, 1 month is added, 1 quarter is gone, 1 quarter is added. There is always a budget for the next budget period that is usually for 12 months. We always have that 12 months with us. So there is always a budget for the next budget period, which is 12 months. Planning and control will be based on a more accurate budget. But the disadvantages are that this budget is time consuming and a continuous process. We're going to solve one question on that. From that, you will understand. It is completely unnecessary in a stable environment, जहाँ पे increase होगा ही नहीं. So why we have to keep on rolling? So unnecessary in a stable environment and would simply increase the budgeting work, thus lead to less control of the actual results. So it's completely unnecessary in a stable environment and would simply increase the budgeting work, thus lead to less control of the actual results. Budget may be updated incorrectly to hide inefficiencies. So budget may be needed to be updated incorrectly to hide any kind of efficiencies in the company. So this kind of budget, how it is exactly done, how the rolling is done, it's a little difficult to understand theoretically. But when we do one question on that, we will be able to do it. So let's do apply your knowledge.
Mama,
Here.
can you explain the last point of the disadvantage?
Budgets may be updated incorrectly to hide inefficiencies. So every time you update it, it will hide inefficiencies in the company. Now, how it will hide? For that, we have to solve a question. So in this particular question, we are not going to do all of it, but if you see the requirement, we are going to do only this, the B part. Okay, so this is this big question that we have, which is a lot of theory in there. I want you to first read the requirement because we are only going to do the requirement B. That is, recalculate the budget for Physi Division F using rolling budgets and briefly assess the use of rolling budgets at F. Okay. And the remaining, if you see, is theory. Evaluate the suitability of incremental budget, recommend any appropriate changes to the budgeting method at the marketing division M, analyze and recommend the appropriate level of participation. This reading part of the theory you will do for homework. Now we will recalculate the budget for Physi division F using the rolling budgets. So the actual figures are given. Quarter-wise budget is given for the Physi division. I want you to do the rolling budget. You have 10 minutes and then we'll solve it together. Guys, it's very easy. सब कैल्सी का खेल है. So that's like a tip for you. Let's start with the solution. Now, this is your base, the actual figures of quarter one. Okay, using this base, I have to add just 3% per quarter. So current year is given to you, revenue is there. Then we have cost of sales. We have gross profit. Then we have distribution cost. Then we have administration. Then we have operating profit. Right? This is the pro forma and this is given to you. Current year ka quarter one is given to you. So I'll write current year Q1, which is already given. So kitna hai revenue current year ka?
19,595. Sorry, 17,932 first quarter.
Right, this is all that is there.
Yes.
$17,932 and uska cost of sales is
9863.
उसका gross profit कितना हो गया?
45% of revenue.
8069.
Very good. Then उसका distribution cost कितना है?
1614.
And admin?
4214.
And फिर operating कितना हो गया?
2241.
Very good. So this is given. Now I have to make for quarter two. I have to make for quarter three. I have to make for quarter four. Then मेरा 4 quarter का total फिर हो गया. And then for next quarter also. Next year ka quarter. So quarter one of next year. Okay. Now there's a 3% addition. It's given in the question that from every quarter there's a 3% addition. So इसके लिए होगा.
Ma'am, multiply by 1.03.
Okay.
Yes.
Now this is proper. Just
No.
check.
Ma'am,
Only
administration
revenue
cost is fixed.
Sorry.
Only revenue and distribution will grow by 3%. Admin is fixed.
Administration cost will remain same.
Yes. So ये हो गया. फिर gross profit.
It didn't do for cost of sale.
Ma'am, the gross profit is 45% of the revenue.
45% of the revenue. Okay. So, and that is also growing by 3%.
No.
Yes.
Just take it as the revenue we have already increased by 3%. So we'll just take 45%.
Yeah, correct. Just
Yeah.
subtract.
So into
45%.
5%.
And cost of sale will also increase, no?
Cost of sales have already increased. No?
Balancing figure.
नहीं हुआ.
Balancing figure of revenue and gross profit. Revenue minus gross profit.
Yes. Then मेरा distribution cost है
3%
3%
increase.
increase होगा.
1662.
Yeah, but I'm doing it automatically so that exam में आपको समझ में आए. Into 1.03, right?
Yes.
And admin भी remaining the
Same.
admin will remain the same. So
Same.
your operating profit will be
Subtract gross profit with the other costs.
3. So guys, revenue will increase by 3%. Gross profit will be 45% of revenue. I'll just do one thing. I will insert a column. So the column so is equal to 17,932 for those who didn't understand. Plus ये 3% से बढ़ रहा है. So into 1.03. I'll do 3%. वरना वो automatic हो जाएगा. Plus 3%.
Remove the equal to sign.
Yeah, remove the equal to sign.
Yeah.
32 plus
3% of the same thing.
Yeah. Then gross profit is revenue ka 45%. Okay, so cost of sales is a balancing figure. So I'll write BF. Then distribution cost again, same 3% increase. So 1614 plus 3%. Admin cost will remain the same and operating profit is your balancing figure. In the same way, can you do for quarter 3 and quarter 4 quickly? Till then, by the time I'm also doing it. Equal to इसका 45%. This is the balancing figure. Distribution cost will increase by 3%. Admin will remain the same. This is the balancing figure. Gross profit minus distribution cost minus admin cost. In quarter 4, again, this.
I'm copy paste. It's same.
Yeah, but then I'm just showing them the calculation, no? So that those who have not understood the first 2 times, they will understand the second time. Again, this is 45% of revenue, guys. Again, cost of sales is the balancing figure, guys. Again, admin distribution will increase by 3%. Admin will remain the same. This will be the balancing figure of this gross profit minus admin minus distribution. Total of all, and then the next quarter ka also on the same basis you will do. So now 595 point whatever is coming. And if you do it on 20, taking all the figures, then ye 19,595 after rounding off. So I will take the next quarter calculation on my calci, because if I do it here, wo points mein add hota jayega and I will not get that much accuracy. So 19,595 plus 3% is giving me 20,183 identic. Okay. Then again, this is 45% of that. So iska 45%. Then this is the balancing figure. Then distribution again, I will take manually. 1764 I'll take. Plus 3%, 1819. 1816.9, so 1817. Admin will remain the same. 4214. And then this is this gross profit minus distribution minus admin. Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes.
why administration costs is around same all these quarters?
Because that's what your question demands.
So if it is different, should we use the growth formula we used in BCG to calculate?
As given in the question, you have to strictly follow the question.
Okay.
Read the entire question and you follow the question. So those who have not understood, this is your explanation part. Putting it in blue. Oh, blue is not visible.
And what's the total?
Who asked what's the total?
I wanted to check the answer, that's why.
Now, in the exam, you will directly do, no? So if the examiner wants to find out how did you get this, they'll click on this. So they know it is C40 value, that is 17,932 plus 3%. If they want this, then they know this is E40, that is 18,469.96 plus 3%, like that. If they want to know how did you get this total, they'll click on that. So they know it's a summation between Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. If they want to find out how did you get the cost of sales, they know it's a subtraction between F40 and F42. So that's your balancing figure. So no need to give this calculation separately. It is there in the requirement. So please check your answer.
The total figure is for Q2, Q3, and Q4.
Sorry?
The total figure.
Yes. Because next quarter is next year, Kanu. Once you're done, just let me know. Can we proceed with ABB?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what is the activity-based budget, ABB? Activity-based budget follows the principles of ABC costing, activity-based costing, if you have done in PM, in the reverse order. So we do activity-based budgeting in the following order. Estimate the production output of each product. Calculate the number of units of that activity needed to produce the products. Example, number of production setups needed. So you will understand it better when we do a question. Calculate the resources needed to support the activity cost drivers. Example, hours of maintenance required to complete the setups, etc. And match the available resources against the available capacity and adjust for any increase or decrease required. So basically, the activity-based budget follows the principles of activity-based costing, wherein the production output of each product is estimated. The activity needed to produce the output, that is number of setups required, is calculated. Then calculate the resources needed to support the activity cost drivers, example, the hours of maintenance, the setup completion time, etc. And then we have to match the resources against the available capacity and adjust for any increase or decrease. The advantages and disadvantages of ABB or using ABC costing, which uses ABC costing, is suitable for business which have a large amount of overhead cost. A business wherein the overhead costs are large, for them, this is the best kind of budget. What are the advantages? The allocation of resources is good and efficient due to the ABC costing principles. It avoids any slacks in budgeting because we are using it based on the ABC method of budgeting. So there is no slack in budgeting. It's like a continuous process. Most of the support costs are treated as variable costs depending on the activity levels. So there are no support costs which are fixed. Most of them are treated as variable depending on how the activity levels are changing. And hence this makes the budget realistic because a change in activity and your cost is changing. Acts as a base to compare the actual cost of activities and the budgeted cost of activities. Then what are the disadvantages of the ABB budgeting? Difficult and complex to implement and run. Abhi wo pata chalega when we do a problem tomorrow on the activity-based budget. Why it is difficult and complex to implement and run. Not suitable where most of the costs are variable or where only a significant single product is produced. So for single product, we cannot categorize the product into ABC category. Many overhead costs are not controllable and hence may change with differing volumes, thus making comparison very less relevant and difficult to identify clear individual responsibility for activities. Here you have to allocate resources according to ABC principles. But if there is only one product, how will you classify that product? And how will you identify a clear individual responsibility for each activities? So that is a disadvantage and not suitable where most of the costs are variable or where a single product is produced. So these were the advantages and disadvantages of activity-based budgeting. And especially the disadvantages will be better understood to you when we do a problem on activity-based budgeting as to why it is difficult and complex to run, why it is not suitable when there's a single product, and why many overheads are not controllable, and why they change with differing volumes. So in this particular chapter, we saw fixed budget at the starting, we saw flexible one, we saw an incremental budget, we saw a zero-based budget, we saw a rolling budget, and now we saw activity-based budget. We did a problem on flexible and fixed. Incremental was given for homework. We did a problem on rolling, and one more we did. No, that's it. We did on rolling, we did on fixed and flexible, and now we're going to do on activity-based, but tomorrow. But before that, let's read the theory of activity-based management.
Ma'am,
Yes,
what is a cost driver?
you will understand that when we complete it.
Hmm.
Activity-based management is a procedure used by businesses to analyze the profitability of every segment of their company, enabling them to identify problem areas and areas of particular strength. So in activity-based management, basically kya hota hai is that we use business to analyze the profitability that every segment will give us. And in this profitability, we enable the problems that will come in the way of achieving your target. So problem areas and areas of strength. So what are my strengths? I will embrace them. What are my problems or weaknesses? I will try to improve it because I want overall profitability of every segment of the company. Activity-based management can be applied to different types of companies, including manufacturers, service providers, non-profit organizations, schools, and government agencies. ABM can provide cost information about any area of operation in a business. So activity-based management can literally be used in every area of the business, and it can provide you with cost information about any area of operation in a business. In addition to improve profitability and the overall financial strength of a company, the result of an ABM analysis can help the company produce more accurate budgets and long-term financial forecasts. So this one budget is a practical budget, I can say, and it will help the company produce more better budgets, more accurate budgets, जहाँ पे variance इतना नहीं होगा, and you can rely on the long-term forecast of the budget. Okay, so then we have an example of activity-based management. But before reading the example, what was your doubt you said? Hello? What was your doubt you said?
I had doubt about what was cost driver.
Sorry?
Cost driver.
Cost driver. Cost driver मतलब cost कहाँ से आता है? Like from where is cost coming from? That's a cost driver, driver that drives that cost. Like if I have labor, then what is the cost driver of labor? Employees, right? Labor cost is employees. So that is my cost driver. Then examples of activity-based management. ABM can be used, for example, to analyze the profitability of a new product the company is offering by looking at marketing and production cost, sales, warranty claims, and any cost or repair time needed for returned or exchanged products. If a company is reliant on the research and development department, ABM can be used to look at the cost of operating the department, the cost of testing out new products, and whether the products developed there turn out to be profitable. So for any new product that the company is planning to launch, फिर उसका production cost, uska sales, uska warranty cost, repair time if it is returned, exchange products, then to make a new product, research and development cost. All these costs are examples to analyze the profitability of new products in a company. So those are the examples of activity-based management. All these kind of costs which are incurred to make a product. Okay. Another examples might be a company that has opened an office in a second location, matlab a new location. So ABM assess the cost of running that location. Just like we have introduced a new product, वैसे ही when you're opening an office in a new location, so in the new location there are new costs, like in that location uska rent, staff cost, facilities, overheads. So all these are your ABM cost. And then determine whether any subsequent profits are enough to make up for or justify these costs. Both ABC and ABM are management tools that help managing operational activities to improve the performance of a business or an entire organization. Activity-based costing can be considered an offshoot of activity-based management. So it's a byproduct of ABM. By mapping business costs like supplies, salaries, and leasing activity to business processes, products, customers, and distribution activity, activity-based costing helps improve overall managerial effectiveness and transparency. So this was a small theory of what is exactly an activity-based costing. So whenever a new activity is undertaken, like a new product or shifting to a new location, for that new product, what are the different costs? Research and development, salaries, after sales, warranties, the making of that product cost. So all these are your ABM. And then when you're opening a new office in a second location, what are the costs? Rent, staff, facilities, overheads. So these are the examples of your ABM cost. There are two types in ABM. One is a strategic ABM and one is operational ABM. Strategic ABM is at the top level and operational is your day-to-day operations. Details about what is a strategic ABM and what is an operational ABM will be done tomorrow. So for today, that's all with the theory of activity-based management example. And what is activity-based management? So for today, we stop here. Tomorrow we'll continue from where we left on activity-based management. I hope you understood what we did today. Fixed, flexible, incremental, zero-based, and rolling. So I hope you understood the first five of this. Activity-based will be clear tomorrow. So if you've understood the first five, please acknowledge the same in the chat box so that we can end with today's class. Guys, if you've understood, please put it in the chat box and then you can leave the class. We are done for the day. Thank you so much, guys. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.